Hello. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. The music's a little creepy today, it seems. I just put on a random playlist, so we'll see what kind of music we get. I love this song. It's just kind of creepy for a stream. But hello, Marie, hello. So, hey, Ivory Bones Jones, hello. Cherry Lunar, hello, nice to see you all. So for today's stream, the main thing I want to focus on is kind of continuing from the last stream. In the last stream, I went over how to render a character using Arnold, specifically a rig that you've used or that you've been given, something that already had textures, its own materials, and how you can apply new materials onto that rig to get, I guess, for lack of a better word, better results. Not that the original materials were bad, but to get a more kind of realistic look, specifically on the skin, and get that really nice skin look, because skin has a lot of different attributes that have to go into it to make it look like skin. But overall, even though it took 3 hours, it was kind of a general overview of rendering. Now today I kind of wanted to continue kind of off of that to show another thing that can really up your rendering, specifically when you're trying to render objects or characters with multiple, what's the right word to describe this, multiple kind of materials built into the same object. So an example of this, do I have anything near me that would be a good example? I don't think I have anything right on hand. But if ever you've had objects that are made of, well, actually this is a good example here. Let's say this pen here. Let's say I want to render this pen. Well, the problem with this pen is it's got hard plastic here and then rubber up above. So to render this, I might have to add a material there for the rubber, a material there for the hard plastic. Now in this case, a solid pen like this, that's easy. I just select the faces. If it's all one piece, if it's two pieces, separate material for both pieces. But what about objects that are one solid piece, like a character? What if you've got a character and maybe they're washing their hands? So their hands should look wet, but the rest of them should look dry. If you place one material on the whole character, well, the whole character is either going to look wet or the whole character is going to look dry. And there's multiple areas like that. A character is putting on lipstick, for example. Well, lipstick is usually glossy. So the lips will need to look glossier than the rest of the skin. What about other makeup, like eyeliner or anything? It could be any kind of thing. Maybe if it's a horror scene, they've got a blood splatter across and you want to make the blood look different than the skin. Well, how do we do that? How do we control different attributes of a material without having to add tons of different materials on one single object, which can be very, very difficult? So today I wanted to talk about creating maps for a character. Now, maps on a character, or any object really, is a way of controlling attributes based on an image instead of just based on a single value. And we'll see this kind of as I'm going through. Now, if you've used things like Substance Painter, which is an awesome program that basically allows you to create maps and whatnot live, and it does all the work for you, that is fantastic. It's a great program for like props and objects. For characters, not quite so much. It's more of a kind of hard surface material, or soft hard surface renderer, or not so much renderer but map creator, which is very, very useful. But if you're doing something organic, so for example in the shot that I'm going to be doing here, let's say if you've got a dragon here. Now this dragon, by default, you'll see it's geometry is very simple, but if we turn on its texture, it's got a lot of cool details. We've got these bony horns, craggy skin, then you've got the inside of the mouth, this kind of membrane in the mouth. You've got the wings, which are very thin membrane. Well, there's a lot of cool things we could do. We could make the membrane a little thinner than the rest so that light kind of passes through. We could make the horns feel like bone versus skin, and all sorts of cool things. But it's all one piece of geometry. And without having to break up this dragon into multiple pieces, which would be a pain and would probably break the rig, how do we do that? So that's what I kind of want to cover today. Hopefully it'll be interesting. I don't know how interesting this will be, but I figured it would be at least something kind of worth diving into, because it can be very useful in a lot of cases. So let's just jump right in. So last week we talked about materials in Maya, specifically Arnold materials, and we covered all the different base, specular, transmission, all of that stuff. And we assigned some textures to certain things. So for example, the base material here, I could assign a texture to this. So let's find the dragon skin color right there. I think that's the one. Let's double check mouth geo. Yeah, I think that's the one. So let's bring that in and attach it into the base color right there. So color to base color. And just by doing that, suddenly our dragon will have color. Simple. Now, that is pretty much a map. While typically when we talk about colors, we're talking about textures, and oh look, we applied a texture to our character. Really, it is a color map, a diffuse map, or yeah, basically a color diffuse map. And really, in Maya, a map is a texture. It is an image that determines what part of a rig is a certain color or a certain value or a certain anything. So really what we're going to be doing is just making a bunch of different textures and tying them into different areas. And this will help give us specific control. Now, I did do a few renders here just to kind of show you the starting point. So this is the dragon before we even started, just using the very base materials that are already applied to the dragon when I open up the scene. You'll see that the eyes don't show up, the teeth are super shiny, which kind of look metallic, but the rest of it looks pretty good. So this is our start. Now, when we're trying to apply new maps to a character, especially a character like this that has a very detailed texture map, it can be very hard to notice if things are being affected. And I'll show this in a little bit here, exactly, like I'll do a visual demonstration of this. But just imagine that we're trying to change a bunch of visual details on this dragon. But because there are so many colors and so much detail, it's going to be hard to determine exactly what's changing and to see those minute changes and to really fine-tune them. So when you're working on maps, typically what I'll do is I'm going to start with just a very simple base material. So this is just kind of the dragon with a new material added on that is just super default. I just created a just a super simple AI standard material. So go under shaders, AI standard surface right there, create and apply. So let's do that right here. Let's just take our dragon, select him, and assign our simple skin. So with this, I'm actually just going to put it like middle gray here for now. Something like that. There we go. And this will help us determine what is actually happening and working on our rig. Much better than if we're looking at a really high detail colored version of the rig. So let's just kind of make a base render right here. That way we can have a starting point. Now, I do want to say rendering does take a lot of processing power. So if my stream crashes, I do apologize. Or if it freezes up, specifically my camera freezes up, I do apologize. It's just the render taking a lot of processing power. So here we have the render, and you'll see it's just a very simple render. Nothing too much, just kind of focused in on the dragon there. And with this very simple material, we can see a lot of things. For one, this dragon is super shiny. That wing in the background there is just being blown out because of how shiny it is, which you don't actually notice here with the color. So this helps determine, yeah, this dragon is way too shiny. Now, like I was talking about before, if we wanted to do this simply, I could just change my my maps here, just like I did last stream, and maybe reduce the specular weight so it's not quite as bright and shiny, and increase the roughness so it's a little bit rougher. So just by doing that, let's kind of render this region right here and make sure I've saved that one. Okay, so let's just render that region. Well, that's really lowered the shininess already. You can specifically see it right there on the underneath of the wing. Way less shiny. But this has done it to the whole rig, to everything, all at once. Which, that's not great, because there should be some parts that are shinier on the dragon than others. There should be some that are really dull on the dragon. Specifically on a dragon like this where you've got like bony outcrops and things like that. So, in order to be able to control these, basically what we just need to do is to add a texture to our weight or our roughness. And this is where a lot of people start kind of running into issues, because when you're applying a texture, for example, to the color value, well, you can just click and drag and attach it. Done. It's attached. Perfect. We're good to go. Because this connection here is built for textures. But how do we connect a texture which has color and has all sorts of different information into a value that has a 0 to 1 space? So you can see here, for example, the weight of the specular goes from 0 to 1. The roughness goes from 0 to 1. How do we control that with a picture? And really, all we need to do is think black and white. In Maya, if you use an image, and I can show this really quickly here, let's get rid of that, bring our color back to just a gray here. And I'm just going to create a 2D texture here and make a ramp. A ramp is just a simple base color gradient. And with this, I'll just remove one color, and I'm going to connect the color of the ramp into the specular. Now, when I do this at first, you'll notice that I'll click on Out Color. So this is the color coming out of the ramp. And when I hover over this, it won't let me connect. It just won't. It grayed out. The reason this is happening is a color value is 3 values. It's R, G, and B. And if I hit the plus button here, you'll see Out Color R, G, and B. So that's 3 different values. If I look at specular color here, well, that's actually 3 values. So we're connecting out color, which is 3 values, to specular color, which is 3 values. Kind of mathematical, but they connect well. We can't connect 3 different attributes to one single attributes here. However, I could just connect the out red into the specular. Now you might think, well, that's not black and white anymore, that's just red. Well, in Maya, if you look at your color, so I can look at my white color here, and if I switch this to RGB 0 to 1 instead of HSV, so this is going, instead of hue saturation value, it's going to be red, green, blue, you'll see that red goes from 0 to 1. I'm using that value right there. And basically, as long as I'm using any version of gray, so you can see 178, 178, 178, all those values are going to be the same. So with this, I can now take this color and I'll just put it to white. Take my out R and attach it to specular. So you'll see now with the value of white, this ball, let's lower the roughness here, so it's super shiny. Hey Tifo, how's it going? So this ball is super shiny now. If I take my ramp and just change the color to black, suddenly it's no longer shiny. So I can take a colored image, in this case it's just a simple flat color, and use it to control the value of any attribute in here. So with that, let's actually create a simple ramp just to kind of get us started here. I'm doing well, trying to escape the heat as much as I can, but overall I'm feeling much better than I did earlier in the week. Earlier in the week I was just, I don't know what happened, I was just so sick, but feeling way better now. So let's go to Photoshop here, and here I have the actual texture maps for the dragon. So this is the color, this is the specular map, etc. So this dragon already has a specular map built into it. And you'll see that the specular map is black and white. Now, what we saw before was that a white material is going to be shiny, and a black material is going to be rough, or just have no shine whatsoever. And looking at here, we can basically see what's going to happen. For example, the horn here is going to be very shiny. Around the eye is going to be shiny. This area won't be at all. And I could basically just take this and apply it right to my dragon. And we'll do that right away here. So in this case, I've already had a map created for me. So let me find it here. Looking for the spec map. Let's see. It might not be open here. Okay. So if it's not in there, I can just create a new file, bring it in, and find my folder here. Oops. Assets. Character. Creature, dragon, textures. Okay, so I want to bring in my spec map. And let's see, which one do I want to bring in? I think I'm going to bring in the TX file. This is just a different file type. TX files tend to be a little bit more high quality than PNGs. And with this, I can just take my out color again, because this image is black and white, and take my out R and tie it right into specular. And with this, my dragon should now have different values in the specular. So let's open the render window here and see what we get. Now it's not going to be super apparent right from this view here. I might have to kind of rotate the view around to see exactly what's happening. Let's see here. Is this going to show? Well, actually, it should show on the bottom of the wing there. So you'll see how before the dragon was just super shiny all over, completely 100% shiny all over the place. Now with that map in there, you've got some rough areas, specifically on the membranes of the wing right there. The neck is definitely a lot less shiny, and we're controlling which areas we want to have a shine on them. And just by doing this, by creating different maps, we can start to really fine-tune the lighting or the material on a creature or character. Now I'm going to switch my lighting here. I think this lighting setup here might just be a little bit better for seeing what we're going with. So let me do a quick render here. Let's see. For some reason it seems super bright compared to the tests I did earlier in the day. I might have an extra light in there that I don't want. Yeah, I must have an extra light. Let me just double check that. So, got this light here. Let's just tone it down a little bit. And open up my rendered window here. Just do a quick test render. Okay, that's going to be much easier to see. If I blow out the colors with a light that's way too bright, it's just going to make it hard to see anything that's happening. And I want to be able to really control things much more here. So, okay, that should be a decent brightness. Let me double check. Oops. And then here. I'm just doing patch renders right now just to make sure I've got a good range. Okay, I think that's going to be good. Yeah. So let's do a quick render here and then save that out. And let it render. Now you'll notice my render doesn't look the greatest. It's kind of, well, splotchy. That's just to kind of keep the render speeds as quick as possible here. Especially when you're starting to deal with a lot of maps. Render speeds can start to really dip quite a bit. So, let's actually just get rid of this saved image. So you can see here how we're starting to control the specular. You can really see it like right there on the leg. That's really shiny versus the head, not shiny at all. And hey, Sosalos, hello. So with these maps, I'm able to start controlling things. And once you kind of get that in place, you can really start to refine your characters. So, for example, right now I have a spec map right here for my dragon. And you'll see it's super detailed, lots of fine details in the map right there. Your texture maps don't have to be this nice, and you'll see I can make some very quick and rough texture maps very easily, which I'll show in just a little bit here. Now, when you are doing a map like this, the big thing to kind of pay attention to is the range of the map. So what I mean by this is the value of the color. So for example, I placed this specular map on the dragon, and as we saw, there were still areas on the dragon that were way too bright. So if we look at the render here, like that shine on the leg right there, that's super bright. It's just super just kind of, it looks like a mirror surface right there. And the reason for this is if we look at our texture, we've got patches that are pretty much pure white. So what this gives us, if I look at the current value here, yep, that's white. that basically means that we're taking our specular color here, our weight, and it's going straight to 1 all the way. So if I want to give this a little bit more control and kind of tone down that specular weight, all I really need to do is go into something like Photoshop. You can use GIMP, or there's other free alternatives for photo editing if you don't have one. And all I really need to do is create a curves layer here and adjust the range of my white levels. So for example, if I brought this down here, so now white is about 50%. Let's take a color sample here. Let's see, and make sure I'm taking it from the right area. All layers, good. Let's see here. Let's make that into a proper layer and then merge these. I haven't used Photoshop in ages. So merge those. Now we look at this color. Well, that's a value of 55% in the brightness, so about 50% gray. If I was to use this, now suddenly those white spots would be much less, much more controllable. So let's undo this and start just making a few different maps for our character. Now, when you're working with maps and trying to kind of figure out what you need, there's a few ways you can do it. For me, the first thing I like to do is just kind of play around with the base value and compare different areas that I want to kind of have. So for example, let's focus on specular first. So for the specular map, we've got a few different areas that we can play with. We've got weight, which is how shiny something is. We've got the color of the shine. In this case, I'll just stick with white. It'll be nice and simple. And then we've got the roughness. The roughness is kind of how pure that shine is going to be. Is it going to be kind of like a mirror finish, or is it going to be a much rougher surface? So I want to kind of play with the specular and the roughness. Now, to figure this out, oops, let me switch there. To figure this out, what I'm going to do is just look at my dragon here, the colored version I have, and try to figure out, okay, where do I want the shines to be and how do I want them to be? I could never find a program for texture painting. I ended up using what Blender had built in, steepest learning curve I've ever climbed. For texture painting, that's a tough one. I like ZBrush for actual texture painting on the model itself. Photoshop is actually also pretty good for texture painting. If you have a newer version of Photoshop, you can actually bring in 3D models into here. I don't know if I have one actually. Let me see. If I go into open, do I have a OBJ file saved out? I know I had one earlier, but I might have gotten rid of it. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have it here. But you can actually open 3D files in Photoshop and paint on top of it. I've actually used that for a few projects I've worked on to create texture maps and stuff. It's very nice. Even if it's just to kind of give you the base guidelines, then you refine it on a flat image like this. Very, very useful. Blender, you still have to do the UV map, but you can paint directly onto the 3D model. Nice. Yeah, UV maps are also very painful to do. Although I find it kind of relaxing in its own way, oddly enough. But let's see, for the texture maps here, for this dragon, I kind of want to give him a kind of very rough surface. So all of these kind of black outcrops here, I kind of want to make that a little bit more, I don't want to say bone, but kind of like rock. It's almost like he's got a molten surface to him. So these areas are going to be a little bit rougher. And then the skin on the nose and whatnot, I want a bit, not smoother, but just a little bit more shiny, like its skin. As stressful as I thought, UV mapping taught me more about 3D modeling than 3D model itself. Yes, you definitely learn about good edge flow when you're doing UV modeling, as well as just getting that nice like layout on the character in terms of the faces and all that. When you start looking at UVs, you can learn a lot from that. Let's see. The wings I kind of want a little bit shinier because it is kind of a more leathery material. I still want them to be pretty rough because it is skin. It's not like it's going to be hard shines. Let's see. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for here. So again, I want kind of rough where it's in those dark spots, a little bit shinier on the bottom of the body, on the wings. And then for the horns, I want those to be quite a bit shinier than the rest. Not, again, mirror surface, but it's bone, basically. And it should have a bit more of a shine to it. So let's go through and just kind of play around with our materials first to see what range we're looking for here. And this is where, when you're doing this, you want to be able to render very quickly and efficiently. So what I mean by this is, let's say I want to focus on the head here. I'm just going to take my camera, let's save its current position there. Is this the dragon from the animation with the cat? The animation with the cat? Do you mean from my reel? I don't know if I animated this dragon with a cat, but if you're talking about my reel, this is the dragon I animated before, which is it's a really nice dragon rig. A lot of different controls, especially in the membranes here. You can get a lot of cool stuff in there. So someone shared an animation that had a dragon and a cat. If it's from Animation Mentor, then it's probably this rig. So I'm going to focus on the head here and just do a quick render. Okay. So what have we got here? Let's save that. Oops. Okay. So looking at this, overall the shininess of it feels pretty good for just skin. You can see here on the lip there's a nice highlight right there. Actually, another area that I'll definitely want to be shinier is right in here, because this is kind of the membrane of the mouth. I want that to look really wet and kind of like there's saliva on there, because when the mouth is closed, it's inside the mouth. Not terribly, I don't want it to look soaked, but overall this is a pretty good roughness just for skin. So with this, I can just kind of look at my hyper shade here, and let's see what values I have. So that's a specular weight of 1, roughness of about 0.5. Now when you're doing this, this is where a piece of paper is super handy. When you're doing texturing, make sure to write down notes, because you're going to be looking at a lot of different values, and you don't want to start forgetting them. So rough is 0.5, and this is going to be for the skin. Weight, I think I might tone it down just a bit, just because I'm not a fan of having it all the way up, especially for skin. So let's do a quick render here, see the difference. Let's see. Yeah, that's a bit better. I might lower it just a bit more, just because I'm not a huge fan of that big highlight right there. Let's put it to 0.6. So I'm looking at the cheekbone right there. Yeah, that's a little better. Still has a little bit of shine to it, but it doesn't feel like he's kind of wet. So for the skin, we've got a weight of about 0.6 and a roughness about 0.5. Okay, so that's for the kind of skin parts of the dragon. What about the kind of wet parts, like inside the mouth? Well, for that, I'm probably gonna increase the specular to, let's see, how high do I want to go with this? Probably 1, because it is going to be wet. And the roughness, maybe 0.2. I don't want it to be too shiny, in the sense of like pure shine. So yeah, that's kind of is going to be in this area right here. So that's a little too much right there. I might turn up the roughness 0.3. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's a little bit better. We'll kind of go with that for now. I just want to see 0.4. What difference is that going to make? Let's see. Yeah, I think I'll go somewhere between 0.35. So this is going to be wet areas, so inside of the mouth, things like that. Weight is 1, and then roughness is 0.35. And now for the kind of hard bits. That I'll definitely want to turn down the specular. So maybe let's see, maybe 0.2, and roughness is going to be very high, probably going to be 0.8 or something like that. At this point, I really don't want too much shine on these points. Yeah, something like that should be pretty good. It's still going to have a shine. If you look at a rock or something rough, there's still specular to it. It's not like it's devoid of any specular shines. But I definitely don't want it to be sharp shines. Let's see. Yeah, it's taking a little bit to render there. There we go. Yeah, that should be good. So you can see how that's much rougher than the other values. So let's write that down again. Rock weight is going to be 0.2. Roughness is going to be 0.8. And then I had the bone, so things like the horn, etc. The horn is going to be shinier. I would say probably 0.5, maybe 0.5 or 0.6, but it's still going to be pretty rough too. So let's put that to 0.6 for now. See what we get. Maybe actually just a little bit. Put it 0.5 for now. And go back to our render here. And let's focus right here on the horn. Let's see. I think it can be a bit shinier. So let's take the weight 0.8. Let's see. Yeah, 0.8 might work. Okay. If the horn, for example, the area that you're looking at, isn't giving you a good result in terms of you can't really see the shines, look for other areas, like in my case, good areas to look at are the nose area right here, or the mouth, etc. Because there's a lot of different shape changes, so you can really see the shines. Let's see here. Just trying to get an idea of how that looks. I think that kind of works for now. So I think I'll put this to 0.7. I don't want it to be quite so shiny. Okay, so we've got 0.7 and 0.5, so for the weight and roughness. So I've done some quick tests. They're not going to be the final ones, but this gives me a kind of idea of what value should be where on the dragon. Now, like I said before, this dragon already comes with a specular map. So, oh, take care, Sislos. Have a great night. Hope you have an awesome evening and a restful sleep. So, this dragon already comes with a map here, which is going to make things a lot easier. So this is my specular map, specifically for the weight of the specular. And if I look at this, it's pretty close to what I need. The big areas that I kind of have to tweak here are making sure that, for example here, this is skin. I want the weight to have a value of 0.6. This horn should have a value of 0.8. And this is where it can get a little tricky if you're not used to using programs like this. And there's a lot of different ways I could kind of mask this out and clean this up. Let's see, how do I want to do this for this here? One way I like to do it is I can make a bunch of different curve masks here. And I can basically just turn this down. So let's say this is going to be for the skin, and I'm just going to put this to small thumbs and rename this layer just so we know exactly what's going on here. So let's see, there's going to be skin curves, and for my skin weight I know that I want about 0.6. So this is 1, this is 0. If I know about, like, that's 0.5 right there, approximately. So 0.6 would be about here somewhere. It doesn't have to be exact. None of this has to be exact. So there's my skin curves. Let's hide that for now. Make another one. So curves. This is going to be, let's rename this. This is going to be the wet curves. So with this, that's going to be a value pretty much of 1. Okay. Go in here again. And actually, for the wet, actually I won't need to use curves for this. So let's rename this and use this for the rock instead. Surfaces. So for the rock surfaces, I know I want a value of 0.2. And for the most part, all the rocky surfaces are already black here. Let's double check this. So this is going to be skin right here. Rock, rock, rock. Rock, skin. Okay. Actually, in this case, it's going to be much easier than I thought it was going to be. So what I can do is just take my skin curves here and raise up the black levels on here so that I don't have pure blackness. So something around there. So that should bring it up to about 0.2, just like so, for these darker areas here. So I still want them to be specular. That's the thing. I don't want them to be completely have no specular whatsoever. Let's see if I adjust my curve here. I might be able to just kind of push that difference a little bit more right in there. Not much, just a little bit. Basically, I want to try and make some of the areas a little more rough. Okay. So I won't need this. I could just call this one. This is going to be bone. And for the bone, I need it to be a weight of 0.7. So let's just take this and bring it about, let's see, that's 0.75 approximately. Right around there should be good. With this, I can just mask things out now. So for example, here, let's see. Let's just mask out the horns, since I don't need to adjust those. And the way I'm going to do that is just take this, put it over top. And there's so many different ways of doing this. This is no, like, this is not the be all end all. Just kind of my way of doing it. I have a question about animation. Oh, definitely. Definitely feel free to ask if you have a question. I'm more than happy to answer them. And if you'd like to have a demo or something on another topic, definitely let me know as well. I'm always happy to do demos and fill in requests if you have them. Someone said that we never have to make overshoot with the curves. That's kind of a personal preference. Now, when you're first learning, that's actually a very good thing to do, to avoid overshooting with your curves in the graph editor. And I can show you exactly that in just a second here. Let's see, I'm just going to mask this out. Let me switch to the next song. I like that song, but it gets a little loud. So the reason you don't want to overshoot with your curves is you don't really have control over the overshoot when you do that. You're basically relinquishing command of your curves to Maya, which is never a good thing. Whenever you're animating, especially when you're first starting out, you want to try and have as much control as possible. If you don't, what ends up happening is you start to how to say this properly. You start to get into bad habits. Not that it, again, it's not a bad thing. I really don't want to paint it as a bad thing that you should never, ever, ever do. But when you're learning especially, and even later on, it can lead to bad habits where you're relying on Maya or whatever program you're using to do the work for you, which can really be detrimental to your workflows. Because as an animator, a lot of times we have to be able to kind of figure things out on the fly and put something where we want it to do. So yeah, it's I don't want to say you have to do it with the keys, because again, it's the whole workflow thing. But it's preferable that you do it with keys, simply because it's going to give you that extra little bit of control over your shot. So before I go too much further with this, I'll just kind of show you exactly what I mean here. So let me open up another window of Maya. Hopefully it won't be too much for my computer here. And we'll just do a super simple example. So let it open. And a good example of this is when you have extreme motions, and a very simple example of that is a bouncing ball. So that's what I'm going to be kind of just quickly doing in here now. I'm going to have a bunch of windows open up here, so let's close all of these off here so I'm not looking at 15 different windows. Okay, let my load, there we go. Let's see. There we go. Aha, finally got it. So let's just go to my side view here, and this is going to be the easiest to kind of show this in a quick way. So let's create a sphere, polygon, sphere, and let's say I want to just do a quick bouncing ball. So I'll set a key here, up here, and then down here. Just like that. Oops, make sure. It would help if I actually switched my timeline. Okay, so there, 10 frames forward, there, 10 frames down there. Okay, so we've got a bouncing ball. Now, with my keys, but if you have a chance change something huge in your shot, how do you erase keys and not to be lost in a timeline with a lot of keys? That's actually another good question, and I'll have to open up a shot with some animation to kind of show that. But just on the overshoot thing, by putting in keys here, I know that my extreme pose, the pose where the object is the furthest up or the furthest down, the furthest in anything, that's the extreme pose. And right now it's on frame 11 because I put that key there. So I know that's when it's going to happen. Now I can use the graph editor, Windows Animation Editor's graph editor, and let's just dock it down here. And I can use my graph editor to push my curves. So a simple way of doing that is, for example, making sure my ease in, ease out right there is working fine. Ooh, whoa. Something like that. But I could also take my curve and let me unlock it here. It's going to give me a little bit more control. So let's free the tangent length here, or curves, weighted and tangents free. Okay. So instead of making my curve like this, I could instead create a curve, view normalized. There we go. I could create a curve like this. So let me just kind of rescale that one, like so, like so. So I could create a curve like this and get pretty much the same results that I had before, but with the overshoot happening on the side here. Now, this is a very simple example, but it kind of gives us a good illustration of what we can run into. So by doing this, I still get pretty much the exact same bounce, but extreme poses are very important in animation because they are the extremes. They are what the audience will see. It's going to be the extreme poses are kind of what stand out to the audience. In an overshoot or a big motion, those kind of pop out to the audience, and it's what makes a motion feel strong or quick. It gives energy to a motion. So it's very important that we have control over this. Now in this case, I've got the same thing, see? But what happens, and this is the first example of something that can go really wrong very quickly. What happens if suddenly you've animated this? Imagine we've got 100 frames of this, and suddenly I hit auto tangents by accident. Suddenly all my curves have been reshaped. And more importantly, not only have I reshaped my curves, I have lost my entire extreme pose because that curve is no longer up where it was before. It's down here. So I have lost that extreme pose. You never want to lose a pose, especially an extreme pose, because that can suddenly make your whole animation just fall apart. And I know this because that's what I used to do. I used to work with weighted tangents quite a bit, and I would shape my curves like this. So, oh, I need an overshoot. Let's push this quite a bit here, like that. Haha, now it's really big. And then I've had at least 2 or 3 times where Maya just went boop, or maybe I accidentally selected my keys and then like tweaked the tangents on a bunch of keys all at once, and it ruined everything, and I had to go back and redo everything. Whereas if I set a key right here and then oops, Maya reset everything. Just a matter of adjusting a few ease in, ease outs, and I'm done. So you save your work by doing that. Second is it can be very difficult to really fine-tune an extreme just with a curve. Now, in this case, it's going to be hard to see, but let's kind of push this a little bit here. So I'm going to let's do a create editable motion trails here so we can see our arc, and we can see that we're getting this nice arc in the sense that it's not plateauing. Well, if I'm not careful and I'm just using my tangents here, even though I do an overshoot, I might run into an issue where I start to plateau. Even though I'm pushing my curve and it is overshooting, because of the way curves work and the subtlety you have when you're animating with curves, it can be very easy to run into a point where it looks like you're overshooting, but really you're just plateauing. So that becomes very tricky. And for example, when you're doing an overshoot where a character goes too far and then comes back, it's hard to go, okay, I want them to go from out, I can't go really on camera here, from out there and then back here. When you're relying on curves, you might just get a little, just a tiny little motion instead of from there and then pop back. So it's one of those areas where not only are you running the risk of losing the pose, you don't really have the control that you should have when you're using keys, of saying, I want this hand to be exactly here instead of wherever Maya is going to put it. Now, the reason that I say it's a workflow thing and that you shouldn't be afraid of doing this, it's not really a bad thing, is if I wanted to, maybe I've animated a shot and then I go, okay, I wonder what happens if I just add an overshoot right here. And then, oh, that looks really good. Ooh, I like this. Okay, well, once you've got your overshoot in there, just insert a key. Boop, there you go. Now I've keyed the overshoot. Now it's actually keyed. So overshooting with your curves is not a bad thing, in the sense of it's not like taboo and you should never ever do it. Definitely you can do it. Just be careful, because if you leave them without actually setting key afterwards, or if you're not paying attention, a lot of times they'll come back and bite you, which is never fun. That can lead to a lot of problems, and I know that from firsthand experience. So I hope that answers your question. Now, in terms of your other question, if you have to change something huge in your shot and you have to erase keys, let's open up a shot that I've animated. So I'm going to open up my dance shot here. Where's my dance? There it is. Okay. And let's see. Let that open up. Okay. So, with this shot, you'll notice that I've got keys pretty much on 2s and 1s throughout most of this shot here. Now, what happens if I'm working in a studio or if you're working on an assignment and suddenly your director, your mentor, whoever says that, okay, from frame 30 to frame, let's say 50, reanimate that. I don't like the way that whatever's happening. I have to fix everything in there and reanimate that, make something new. I do it usually with the curves because I don't want to get lost with my keys. Yeah, keys can be tricky. The big thing for me is making sure that you always have a key on every single control on a single frame. Don't start offsetting anything, or else that's when keys really start getting confusing. But in this case, let's say I need to get rid of all of this animation between frame 30 and 50 and then reanimate it. To do that, instead of trying to work within your keys and go, okay, on frame 30, we'll say from frame 31 to frame 50, just because I've got keys there. So, okay, I've got to go from frame 31, this pose is good, but then this pose has to be totally different. Okay, I'll go to this frame, adjust the pose, okay, now I go to frame 35, okay, now that has to be totally redone, and it gets really tedious because I've got things on 1s and 2s, and sometimes things will be offset, and it's just nightmarish to try and clean this up. So instead, what you can do is use what's called the walled method. Yeah, you told me that mostly have everything in one key. Yeah. So you use the wall off method, and basically what that is you select all your controls. Usually a GUI picker makes this much easier. So you'll see I've got keys on every single frame here. So I would go to frame 31, my first frame that they said, okay, from 31 to 50, clean all that up. So let's go to frame 31, hit S to set a key on everything. So I set a key on absolutely everything. Okay, go on frame 50. Again, same thing, hit S to set a key. So I've keyed all the controls on my character at the start and end of the section that I need to clean up. After that, select everything in the middle. You can do this by holding down Shift and click and dragging in the timeline here. So from 32 to 49, right click, delete. There you go. So now I've got my pose there, and nothing in between. Actually, this is going to look really weird because he's just going to slide forward. And from there, I just reblock from scratch. So I just go right back to my initial blocking, the way I would do that normally. So I maybe block this on 8s or 6s, and then I can go to blocking plus and refining. But just in that tiny section right there. And this allows you, it might seem like you're taking a huge step back because you're basically taking everything out and nuking everything from that section. But by doing that, you're not having to fight what's already there, you're starting fresh. And that's going to speed up your workflow hugely because you're just getting good stuff in there instead of trying to fight with things that didn't work in the first place. So that's how I would approach having to change something when you've got a lot of keys, and especially when they're offset and there's all these curves, and it can be very, very painful. So just set a key on everything before the change, after the change, delete everything in the middle. And then you're just going to have a much faster time of editing your animation and getting back on track. It's actually pretty amazing how fast that'll or how much that'll speed you up. So I hope that answers your question, and if you have any other questions, definitely let me know. Now for the dragon here, one thing I did want to do, I think I've got the base values in here, so the horn's a little bit brighter than the skin. I did want to add another layer in here for the mouth, which is this section right here. This should be much brighter. So I'm just going to take a white value of, let's see, what did I say? Again, this is why you write things down. Of 1. Perfect. Or, oops. So 100% there. And let's just color in this section. And I'm just going to use a very basic brush here. Maybe with a little bit of softness to it. And just kind of color this in right there. A little bit more softness. And you can see it doesn't have to be perfect. And let's just kind of get that in there. Clean up that corner. Something like that. Now you could do this much more cleanly. I'm doing this very fast, just so we can see. But definitely take your time with this. There's no rush. You can really take your time and add these details in. So we'll go with that. So that's the kind of membrane inside the mouth here. So with that, you'll notice this is pure white. I don't really want to have pure white, so I'm going to switch this to, let's see, add? No, maybe, just trying to figure out what mode set it to so it'll kind of show through like that. Overlay, that kind of works. I just want to have a little bit of the details in there, so that it's got a little bit of those black spots like that. So I think overlay is going to work for me right here. Let's sample. Let's see. All layers, like so. Okay, so we're getting a value of 0.94. That's pretty close to what I wanted. Maybe if I duplicate this, yeah, that'll get that a little closer to what I want. So I'm just kind of, you can see, adding colors and adjusting the map that I already had, and I'm doing it very quickly to add variety to things. And there's all sorts of ways you could do this. So, for example, if I wanted to, I could add maybe a little bit more wetness around the eyes. Well, I could, especially if you've got something like Photoshop, maybe I could use a little bit of scattering here. Add a little texture to the brush here. And let's see, what else could I add here? Just maybe some shape dynamics so it's not all circles. So let's kind of change the angle here and just change that. Something like that. So now when I draw, I'm just going to get this kind of speckle pattern. So with this, I could just start kind of adding some dampness. I'm not a huge fan of how much is scattering here, so let's turn that down. But let's just add another layer here. And I could just kind of add a little bit of texture right here to maybe the underneath of the eye, and let's turn that opacity down just a tad. So something like that. So there's going to be a little bit more shine around the eyes. Now, personally, I don't think I really want to do that. So let's undo that for now. But there's all kinds of ways I could do that. For the horn, for example, one thing I could do, and this is something I might want to do. Let's see here. Let me check my... How do I want to do this? I might want to add kind of streaks in here. Let's see. What kind of brush would work well for that? I think Maya's got a good one here that might work. Remember which one it is. This one, I think. Kind of just some light streaking in the horn here. Just kind of add that kind of what's the right word I'm looking for? Texture to the horn. So let's kind of do that in black here. Kind of bring it across. And it doesn't have to be perfect. That's the nice thing. It's not like you have to get exact lines through here. But if I do that, let's just kind of keep it simple here. So something like that. Now that's going to be a little too much right there. But I can just come in, take my opacity down, and there you go. A little bit of detailing. So I think this should be good. So this is going to be the specular map. Specifically the specular weight map. Now for the roughness, we're going to do basically the same thing. So let me just kind of group this together. I like to work in one file typically. So this is going to be, let's add the group. Come on. Oh, that's why I've got the background. There we go. There we go. So that's going to be spec weight. Okay, so let's duplicate this. And we're going to make the spec rough. Okay, so for the spec roughness, let's start with the skin again. And I just reset this back to the way it was. So for the skin, we want a value of 0.5. So let's just take my curve here and bring it down. So something like that. And then, so the skin areas, the actual areas where skin will be, is going to have a roughness of 0.5. The rocky areas are going to have a value of 0.8 for the roughness. So let's lower that there. So about 0.8-ish. Okay. The bone is going to have a roughness of 0.5. So that's going to be the horn right here. So let's take this and let's see. Skin, bone. I'm not a fan that the bone and the skin have the same roughness. I might put it 0.4. So see. Roughness of 0.4. Kind of bring it down. No, actually the skin should be rougher than the bone. Yeah. So the horn is going to be just a little bit... Let's see, spec rough. Yeah. So the skin here should just be a little bit rougher. Yeah, perfect. So just like that. And actually maybe a little less on the horns. But with spec maps, the nice thing about them is it's a nice visual on what's happening in your scene. So for example, right here I can see that, yeah, that horn, it's brighter. It's going to be less rough. Or actually, no, I actually have that opposite. Because the roughness, if we remember back, a high value is very rough, so that would be white. A low value, which is shiny, would be black. So you'll see that this is kind of the opposite. The areas that we want to be shiny, like the skin here, is white, which would be rough, and the areas here are black, which is shiny, is backwards. So again, by going through that, we know that, oh, we've got to inverse this. Luckily, we could do this in Photoshop, but I could even just come in here, do an invert. There you go. Now we're on track. So let's see again. Roughness 0.5 for the horn. That should be about good. For the skin, so the skin is going to be here. I want the skin to be whiter. Okay. Do I need the invert? No, wait. The skin needs to be rough. So yeah, white. Good. This is the part that always gets me. Whenever I'm doing maps like this, I always get kind of... I keep having to get things, or really think things out, because every value is going to be different. So for example, with the specular, I wanted the horns to be brighter than the skin. Now I want it to be the opposite, because the horn should be shinier than the skin. So it should be darker, because a value of 0, which is black, is going to give me that shine. Let's go to my eraser here and just add a little bit of scattering here. And I'm just adding a little scattering so that it adds a little bit of randomness to my brush strokes instead of just being absolutely straight and true. So I can just kind of create a little bit more of a rough texture and things. Okay, perfect. So the mouth here, it's got to be shinier than the skin because it's wet. So let's fix that. Now this is actually going to be the wrong way. It's going to be it has to be black here. So let's invert that and darken, I believe. And let's just lower the opacity. Okay, something like that should do it. I don't need this layer. What else? Okay, so I've got the wet, the skin, the rock, and the bone, I believe. Actually, the rock, let me double check. Roughness 0.8, which would mean... let's see. So if the roughness of the skin has to be 0.5, which is there, this needs to be whiter. So let's see if I invert it. Skin is, yeah, like that. So I was right. So to do this, I need the area here. Right now it's got a value of 92%, so 0.9. I need to bring that down a little bit. So this is going to be 0.83, almost there. .78, that's pretty good. Now for the skin, I wanted a value of 0.5. So let's brighten that up a little bit. About there, I think should do it. Close. And then the horn should be about 0.6. Let's turn that up a little bit more. Or actually, shinier, so 0.4 actually. So, darker. At this point, it's always like second guessing myself. So, okay, double check. This is the big thing with these kinds of maps. Always double check what you're doing. So I know that the skin is going to be shinier or less rough than the rock. So if it's less rough, that's closer to black. That's going to be less rough than the skin. That's okay. And I think we're good. And then that's the least rough right there. Perfect. Now, another thing I did want to adjust is the claws for both the spec weight and the other. So let's go through here and let's just add another overlay here. So switch my brush here. So hardness about there. And let's adjust my scattering again. That should be pretty good. Okay. So for the claws, for the specular weight, which is how truly shiny they are, how bright the shine is on them, they should be pretty dull. I would imagine the dragon is digging in the dirt a lot. They shouldn't be very bright and shiny. So let's just kind of take this to black here and just kind of add this dirt to the nails. Now you'll notice I'm just doing very quick smeariness, and then out there, out there, like so. So just super smeared. But then I can just set this to darken and change my opacity. And there we have it. So again, you don't have to be a painter or anything like that to get decent results with this kind of stuff. Now I do want to copy this over because the roughness of the claws which is going to be how shiny they are. They should not be shiny at all, or it should be basically just matte, which means it's going to be pretty much white. So let's invert that and switch it to lighten, and same thing. So something like that. Maybe that's a little too much. There we go. So let's save this now. So I'm just going to go to File, Save As, and let's just save this on my system here. Okay, drag the mats. Save that, and then I just want to save as, and I'm going to save these as TIFF images. I just like working with TIFFs, so that's what I'm going to use here. So this is going to be the spec rough. Okay, save that. Good. Actually, I don't need to include layers. Yeah, that's better. And then we've got our spec weight. So again, TIFF, spec weight. And again, save, discard layers. Okay. So going back into Maya now, we can just bring those in. So let's see, do I have an empty file here? Okay, good. So I've got one file here. Let's call this spec weight. Good. And then another file is going to be spec rough. And let's just import those in. So, go to the right folder here. So spec weight and browse spec rough. There we go. So we've got our two maps in here now. With these, I just need to connect them to our specular weight and then to the specular roughness, and that should do it in terms of our specular. So let's take a look at our dragon and see what results we get here. So I should, let's see, do we have a base here to compare? Good. So let's just do a quick render here. Now it might not be perfect. It might be completely off. But that's kind of the process here. So let's see what we've got. We're definitely seeing some differences. It's a little shiny on the skin areas. Let's see. What's going on here? That's good. Let's zoom in here. See, you can see a little bit of the pattern right there. I'm just trying to see if it's in the right spots. So you can definitely see the pattern on the skin right there, which is very nice. So yeah, that looks like it's in the right spots here. Let's try to change our camera angle here just to see if we can spot a little bit more specular on the dragon. Let's see, maybe around there. Okay, that's good there. It's hard to see. I'm not sure how well it's coming through on the this stream especially. But you can just see a little bit of pattern right there. I think the skin could probably be turned down a little bit. Just in terms of the main specular. Let's see here. Also, I'll have to double check where these faces are on my UV map. So just go to Window, Rendering Editors, or sorry, Modeling Editors, I believe. No, I always forget where the UV editor is. It used to be right in here. Actually, I think they moved it under Modeling. Let's see. Oh, wait, I'm in animation, that's why. Yeah, UV editor. Okay. So those faces are right there. Oh yeah, I didn't go far enough. So you can see here I stopped my white a little too soon. That's why these areas here aren't shiny enough. I needed to go 2 UVs lower. Right in here. So I think I got the top. No, I didn't even get the top row there. Okay. So knowing that, that'll make that easier. And here I have to go quite a bit lower here. So the nice thing is, that's easy to do. So let's start with our specular weight here. Find the mouth area right there. And let's just switch this to lighten. Delete that. And lower the opacity here. Okay. So actually this is a good point. If ever you're not sure exactly where the texture, where something begins and ends, what you can do is always import the UVs as well. So if I go here into my UV editor, I can, let's turn off the image here. Just go to edit. Actually, I haven't used my 2018's UV editor. I know they changed it a lot and it's super improved over the previous ones, but I always forget where things are now. There you go, UV snapshot under image. Hey DJ Zimama, wee baguette, how's it going? France is in the finals, yay! So let me export this here. And I'm gonna put this under the same folders, so Dragon Mats, and just call this UVs. Save that. Now the resolution, I want to put this up to, usually you want to stay in increments of like 1024 or 2048. I'm gonna go with a 4K texture, so that's gonna be 4096 by 4096. Make sure my range is good. Edge color white should do. And I can save it as a let's save it as a TIFF. So let's hit apply. That should be saved out. Okay. Now with those UVs saved out, I can come back into Photoshop here, bring in the UVs, make sure I bring them into the right file there. Center them in my scene, and I'm just going to drag it up to the top so that we can actually see them. And are they showing here? Oh, it doesn't look like it. Oh, it exported one UV. Let's see. Go back to Maya here. Oh, it's because I had that selected. That would do it. Apply. Overwrite. Apply. overwrite. There we go. That should do it. So bring that in again, and there we have it. And I can just set this to multiply, or actually screen. Yeah, there we go. And now I've got my overlay right on here. And the nice thing with this is now it makes it really easy. Nice, I'm from Colombia, but I want France to win. Nice. I haven't been able to keep up with the game at all, unfortunately. Just haven't had the time. Okay, so let's reduce my scatter here. I do want a little bit of scatter, just to kind of give that edge a little bit of unevenness. But something like that. And actually it goes down here too. So, something like that. And then it went up 2 UVs here. And am I drawing with white? No, I'm not. There we go. And let me double check the UVs on the dragon. Always good to double check, especially when I get it wrong the first time. Oops. There we go. So this UV is 1, 2, 3. That'll be good. This one is 1 in. Okay. So let's clean that up a little bit. 1 in right there. And then 1, 2. What was it? 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. So that should fix that. Now I can just kind of copy that over 55 and set it to darken. And delete that. Okay. Oh. What did I just do? Make sure I delete the right layers. So 55, darken. Interesting. Why are you only darkening there? Oh wait, yeah, of course. I have to darken, but then I have to invert it. There we go. That does it. Helps when I actually get the layers into the right formats there. Okay. So, let's see. When Colombia, since Colombia lost the World Cup, had never been the same. But I still watch every match. I wish I could watch every match. I don't get TV where I am right now. It would cost way too much. So it's hard to follow games and things like that. How much time do you take to learn like almost everything about 3D? That's hard to say. I've been an animator for 7 years. It took me about a year and a half to learn animation. By the time I covered everything, it was like everything. what I mean by that is I did character animation, acting animation, creature animation, like a little bit of most things. That took about 3 years. But I've been doing like modeling, sculpting, 3D, like texturing, stuff like that, since I was a teenager, just as a hobby. So a lot of this is just self-taught over many, many, many years. So I can't give like a specific, like, oh, it just took me 5 years to do this, because it's been on and off. Let's see. I'm gonna see if there's any other changes I need to do here. But overall, it's just kind of an ongoing thing. And this goes for anything. Like if you really want to learn something, the biggest thing I find is just finding the right kind of resource that works for you. So for me, and learning animation, Animation Mentor was a huge help in really understanding how animation works and what I was actually doing, instead of just going wild and hoping I was doing something right. Now actually, one thing I do want to do is I'm going to turn down the color of this texture just so we can see the shine a little bit better. Yeah, it's just, I've been working on this kind of stuff, and hopefully my computer doesn't crash while it's rendering. I've been doing this kind of stuff for many, many years, and a lot of it is just kind of, oh, I wonder if I can do this thing. Oh, I wonder, that would be interesting. Let's give it a try. And I do it, and I might not succeed. But as you're doing it, try not to wing it. So what I mean by that, and let's see, hopefully my computer hasn't frozen here. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. What I mean by not winging it is, and I do this from time to time as well, and especially when I was younger. Oh, I want to learn how to do rendering. So I open up Maya and I just start hitting buttons. And then I don't get a result I like, or it just goes nowhere. So I just go, I quit. Because I didn't get the results I wanted. And at that point, did I even really try? Did I really work to get to learn the thing that I said I wanted to learn? Instead, when you're trying to learn something, if you don't get the results you want, or things don't work out, try to figure out why. So for example, I was doing some test rendering when I first started learning how to use Arnold, and I couldn't get skin to look right. It always just looked bland, for lack of a better word. So instead of just going, I don't get it, I'm not gonna get it, so whatever, I just went through and found a bunch of resources online, video tutorials, things like that, and I just started watching them. And specifically, like, how do I get this result that I'm looking for? And when you start doing that and you start applying these that mentality of, okay, I failed at this, why did I fail at this, what can I do better? There we go, now we're starting to see it. Look at that. So you can see how now we're getting that modeled look. It helps when I change the color from white. And I just noticed my camera's frozen. I might just turn off my webcam for now, because with all the rendering it's just going to keep freezing. And don't need to have my face just frozen in some weird pose. No, it's not just me, it's my webcam. Whenever I'm doing something really graphically intensive on my system, like rendering, it tends to freeze my webcam. Usually it kicks back in, but I think this will just help things run a little bit smoother anyway. So you can definitely see that shininess there now. Now, before I do the head again, just to compare, let's bring back in our new maps here. So I'm just gonna save this out as a TIFF. This is my roughness map. I can just save over it. Now, ideally when you're doing something like this, you don't want to just save over the same files. Make iterations. So there should be version 001, 002, etc. Since this is, I'm replacing a mistake I had done where I forgot to go too far on something, I don't need to version this up. There's no point to it. I know I don't want to keep the old one. But the reason you want to keep old ones is it's always nice to be able to compare. If you don't have the ability to compare, what was it before? What is it now? You're just kind of making things harder on yourself when you do want to refine things. So let's kind of look at the head now. Now I still think I need to lower the specular on the head in certain areas, specifically the skin, but let's see how we look here. Ivory Bones Jones! This is kind of off topic, but is there anything quick I can do to improve the animation playback in my viewport? Right now the timeline plays at snail-like pace at 2 FPS. That's tricky. I guess the first thing to ask is, what version of Maya are you using? I don't know why my computer keeps wanting to do 2 renders. If you're using an older version of Maya, version 2015 for example, that's going to be slow by default. My 2015 was a version of Maya that did not handle certain things very well. Specifically, it didn't handle your GPU very well. So what that means is, if you have a computer with like quad core processors or 8 core processors or 16 core nowadays, Maya would just not use them. It would only use 1 and that's it, which sucks. You've got this powerful machine and Maya is not using even a quarter of it. That's not good. In Maya 2016 and later, they fixed that issue. So it uses all your processors, which is very nice. That alone speeds up Maya hugely. And for you, that's what I would actually recommend. Probably jump to Maya 2018. That'll give you the best performance boost. Personally, I wouldn't recommend 2017 simply because, in my experience, and this is not for everyone, this is just for me, when I used my 2017, all the files that I animated in there have gotten corrupted. I can't open them anymore. I think I was just unlucky, but just something to watch out for. With 2018, I've had really good results with that. So that's going to be your first big help. After that, another thing you can do. Does AMP still work well with 2017? Yes, it does. You lose a few of the features, namely being able to reference and import directly from AMP directly into Maya. But in my experience, just creating your own references is just as fast. So once this finishes rendering, again, I don't know why it's doing 2 renders at once. I'm gonna have to check this highlight on the knee here. It looks a little too smooth. I do like here, so you can see the claws don't have a highlight on them anymore. So that's good. That's what I was aiming for. But instead of going to AMP and just like right-clicking on a file and going to import or reference, all you have to do is go into Maya, File, Create Reference, and just go to your AMP folder on your system, and then bring in whatever you want. So just like that. So that's kind of the workaround with newer versions of Maya, since it doesn't have that built-in plugin. But to me, I like this method. It's fast. Once you get used to it, it's just as fast. And then you have the benefit of 2018 and all of its cool features and whatnot. So that's what I would recommend. After that, what you can also do is under, I haven't done this myself, so under Viewport 2.0 options, what you can do is, let's see, where is it here? You can load things into your cache. Vertex animation cache. You can turn this on, and this should, or ideally, should speed things up. I've heard people say that it doesn't really help sometimes. Some people have said it really helps. So you can try that on. That's under your Viewport 2.0 settings, extra attributes, Vertex animation cache. Another thing you can do is if you're animating with multiple viewports and you find it's really slow and they're all updating at once, go into your preferences right here, and then under let's see, animation, I believe. No, I think it's time slider. Yeah, update view. Just have this set to active instead of all. Basically, that'll just update your active viewport instead of all of them at the same time, speeding things up. You can also go to your playback speed, and this depends on the person. You can set it to play every frame with a max speed of 24 frames per second, or try switching it to just 24 frames per second. That basically just changes the way Maya calculates the time slider when it plays. Specifically when you're doing simulation, you want to use play every frame, but sometimes that can help. One or the other might help speed up your performance. Yeah, those would be the main things I would recommend. The big one, Maya 2018. And then Zila, have you ever tried to add Maya fluids so you can make nice looking clouds? I actually have. I've used Maya fluids to make fluids, clouds. I did do fire and smoke ones too, which was really cool. That was a lot of fun to play with. If you're interested, I could do a demo on that. I did do a demo on using fluids. Specifically, it was on... Yeah, that leg looks way too shiny. I'm gonna have to check the material there. Feels like there should be some texture on the leg there. I did a tutorial on how to use Bifrost. I think it was Bifrost in Maya. Look at that, you can see the texture on the back of the leg. That's nice. On using Maya's Bifrost engine, which is under effects here. Yeah, Bifrost fluids. To create water and like a glass of water that pours out and fills up, and then how to render it. I'm not sure if that demo is still up on the stream site though, on Twitch. It might have been removed. I'd have to re-upload that. But yeah, That's a lot of fun. If ever you get a chance to do that kind of stuff, it's definitely time consuming. It's not one of those things that, oh, it's just easy to do, click a button and it's done. But once you do get it working, it's really cool. Let's see, so the front of the leg is right, okay, so that's why it's getting into this patch of emptiness right here. That's fine for now. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Got some effects people always explaining to me stuff they do. Nice. Let's see. I really admire FX people. Like, people who just, that is their full focus. I could never do that. To just focus 100% on effects. I've got a good, like a decent understanding of it, but to make that a career and to just go 100% into it, nah, that's not something I could do. Okay, so we'll call our specular done for now. I could keep refining it, but for now, actually I did want to check the mouth now that yeah, you can really see that shine is sharp there now. So let's do one last render here. They do such an amazing job. Yes. Oh, it's, you look at a shot before it has simulation, and then afterwards it's not even the same shot. It's just so cool, the stuff that they can do. Especially when you add in all the like skin simulation and all of that stuff, in the sense of, oh, the fingers press against the skin and it's not just a little bit of deformation, it's like this beautiful, just, it's so nice. There we go. Now we're starting to see a good example of what adding maps can do. So you can see here on the top we're getting this kind of pattern where some parts are shiny, some parts aren't, but here, where it's kind of the inside of the mouth, it's looking really shiny. So this is, I know it's taken, what, 2 hours? Man, I explain things slowly. It's taken us 2 hours to get to this point, but, and this is just the spec map. If you think about it, we still have the base with the color, so that's the texture. We've got the subsurface, that's going to be the actual skin material. Coat, that's going to come in very important when we're doing the skin, to get that nice skin feeling. I want to add a little emission in here to kind of give a little brightness to it, to certain parts. And then some geometry for the thin walled here. That's basically going to make it so that the object, specifically the wings, look thin and you can actually see like objects shining through. So imagine if you've taken a leaf ever and kind of held it up to the sun and you can see the veins through it. That's what that would help do. It'll give that kind of vein feeling to it. Now, before we go too much further on things, since we've only got about an hour left, I did want to show, I was hoping to do a little bit more of this, and we'll see how much we get to today. But there is another thing you can do with rendering, which is using a displacement map. Now, a displacement map is a really awesome thing, but they are tricky to get working just right. So if you've ever worked in Maya, you probably know what a bump map is. For those who don't, a bump map is a map that you can apply to objects to give them the illusion of depth. So let's kind of show this super quick. And actually, let me see if my camera is working again, because it seems so weird not having my camera on. I don't know why. With my camera on, it feels like maybe I'm talking to my brother. It's like, since we're twins, same face anyway. Uh, so I got someone to talk to. But without the camera on, it just feels so lonely. Oh, it doesn't look like it. No, for some reason, Maya just doesn't like my camera today. But bump maps are really cool because they allow you to create the illusion of detail in areas that don't have detail. So let's kind of create a simple sphere here and just create a new simple material. So surface, let's create just a Lambert and add a bump map to it. So you can see there's the bump map section right there. I'm just going to add a checker pattern. Checker patterns are always nice to use as testing. So I'll just tie that in right there. So let's see. Actually, let me do this a different way. I'll take my Lambert 2, click on the checker pattern here, and just add the checker. That'll connect it a little bit more easily. And apply this Lambert onto the sphere. There we go. So with just that, we've got the illusion of depth. And I can adjust this and make this just nice little texture. And by adjusting my actual texture here, so let's add a few more repeats here. So 8 and 8 maybe. There we go. It's adding extra detail. The problem with bump maps is that they are fake. Like I said, they are an illusion of depth. So when you look at this, it looks like there's depth here, but especially if I make this deeper, you'll see. The border is still perfectly the same. There is no change. The surface hasn't been edited in any way. So it is an illusion. We have no actual change to the surface itself. It's pretty much doing what the specular map did, changing how the light bounces off, but not changing the actual geometry. So here, this is, you can see in the render, it's just perfectly smooth. That's okay for things at a distance, things that aren't close, but not great for a lot of other things. Now, displacement maps are pretty much the same thing. You could almost consider them a more advanced bump map, but they have a lot more control. So let me make a new shader here. I'm just going to make just a standard shader. And let's apply this to the sphere. Oops, didn't want to dock that. So apply that there. I can just delete this Lambert shader. And to create the displacement, you're going to pick the surface node here. And I'm just going to add that same checker pattern. Now you'll notice that with the displacement, it doesn't show up in the viewport by default. Now I believe, and I think this is with newer versions of Maya, I select my object here and go under displacement map, no, object display. There's somewhere in here, and I always forget where it is, that you can actually turn on the bump or the displacement right in the viewport. Now, again, I keep forgetting where this is because I don't use displacements all that much personally. I love them, but in most of the projects I work on, I don't use them. And then usually when I do use them, it's mostly for rendering. Maybe tessellation. No. The funny thing is, I know I saw it just like the day before. I was looking through a bunch of these attributes and I found it. And now I have no idea where it was. If I can't find it here right away, I'm just gonna go over. Because it's as nice as it is, it's always better than the render anyway. Yeah. So with this, let's go to our render view and see what the basic options give us. So let's do a render. And whoa, what happened here? Basically, we just blew up our sphere. Redshift can't show any of that stuff in viewport, so now I'm so used to just rendering. Yeah, it's once you get into rendering, oftentimes you just get so used to doing it just with the rendering that it becomes the go-to. So let's take my displacement, and I'm just gonna lower the scale. Let's go to 0.1 for now and re-render this. I definitely need to try redshift. Okay, still pretty big, but you can see it's actually warping the geometry. Now like Zila mentioned, we don't really have the polygonal detail for this map to work properly. For displacement maps, you do need quite a bit of detail on your object. If you don't have enough detail, it's just not gonna work quite right. So let's bump that detail up there, and I'm just gonna lower the bump map here. Again, let's just 0.01 this time. I didn't want a small amount. And I'm just going to render a small portion here. Oh, I think I might have gone too small. Let's see. So go back here. Let's see, 0.09. I could also up my repeats again. 8 and 8. Actually, let's go 16 and 16. Just go all out with it. There we go. Now we're starting to see something. So, let this go here. Oh, I think I know what's causing the problem. I think I softened up the sphere. Did I? Yeah, I did. So let's try rendering that without the sphere being softened. There we go. So now we're starting to get that detail in here. But if I increase that a little bit more, right now it's a little low. Oh, again, come in through here. Let's put it 0.2. And just render the edge here. You'll start to see that it's actually changing the geometry itself, and for some reason it's... Oh, I know what's happening. It's just pulling out the whole surface instead of just the texture. Let's see. Switch that to Arnold rendering. Is that going to show what I need? No, that's not going to show me what I need. Let's see. So it's actually pulling out the surface. Now the problem I'm having here is that it's just pulling out this whole surface evenly instead of pushing in and pulling out, which is not what I want. But it's actually affecting the surface. Now, to kind of show an example of where this is useful, let me find a file here on my system. And I'll try to get this working on the dragon here, but I haven't used Arnold's displacements in a while, so I'm kind of rusty with them. Let's see here. Where is that file? Here, I think. No. Here. Yeah. So this was a project I was working on a while back, which was to take a photo. So let's see if I have the base photo here. To take a photo. This was the picture I took. These are some Star Wars toys I had, just kind of lying around. And I wanted to model a toy and put it in place. So, which one is the final one here? I think this is. So this is a model that I added into the image. So this model here is actually a 3D sculpt that I had done, or a 3D model, which I then rendered in Arnold and then placed over top of the image and edited it in. But the reason I want to show this is because of what displacements can do. So the actual model that I did is right here. And actually, let me see if I can find an older version. Okay, so here's kind of an older version of it. And you'll notice that the base model, maybe this is going to be easier to see. The base model doesn't have any really fine details. It's like, especially here on the body, you can see it's just perfectly smooth. There's a lot of little nuts and bolts and stuff, but the main body is perfectly smooth. Now, displacement maps allow you to add detail like this, where I'm actually cutting into the body and putting all of the pattern without actually modeling all of that. So you can see how it goes from just kind of solid, and I wish I had just a kind of grayscale that was pure solid. But by adding those displacement maps, suddenly you've got the bumps here on the cannon, the plastic trim on the side here because it is a toy, the little dimpling here on this piece right there, the cuts in the side and on the nose there. And then when you add the actual textures in as well, then you get that. So this is basically everything I've been talking about today. It's all in the maps. The base model was just a decently simple model, but then to get it to look like it should belong in an image, it's just a bunch of different maps. So you can see here, like on the front there, there's actually fingerprints on the window. It's hard to see from this angle, but all the textures being roughed up, all the materials, all of that, it's all done with maps, just like we were doing today, just like what we did with the dragon and the specular map. So by working with that kind of stuff, you can really bring things to a new level. So I want to try and do this with the dragon. We'll see if it works, because this sphere here did not go well. But we'll see. Half of the fun is giving it a try. Now I'm just gonna open up a site here just so I have some reference for some of the settings here, because I'm like I said, I don't use Arnold displacements as often as I should. So I'm just gonna open up some reference for myself. Where are you? Okay. So, oh, that, I know what I forgot. I forgot to up the iterations. That's what. As soon as you look at this, the settings on the Arnold site, it's like, oh, that's what I did wrong. Anyway, let's actually get back to the dragon here. So I'm just going to do a quick render here, just as a kind of base to see what we're working from. So let's take this. Let's see. I always give my stuff a bit of an anime type feeling. Nice. I've always wanted to do a kind of anime render. I know Arnold has some great toon shaders, which if you haven't played with them, I definitely recommend giving it a try. It adds a lot to a render, having that kind of toon look to it. Okay, I don't need this. So we've got this render here. Perfect. So from here, let's add a displacement map. Now, a displacement map, again, is black and white. Ideally, you should be using a normal map for it. And if you've never seen a normal map, you can generate these out of ZBrush. If you're creating something in ZBrush, which is really cool. And normal maps give a lot more power than just typical grayscale map. So let me find an image for a normal map here. So these are normal maps. So they're very colorful, and basically they determine the direction of a surface. That way, when you're doing a displacement map and you're using a normal map to generate it, you get really detailed things. This is how video games nowadays look so good, is that they use displacement maps to take, like here, a very low polygon character and add a bunch of detail without increasing the actual detail on the rig. So you can go from very low res to very high res, at least visually, without upping the geo in a game. And it makes a huge difference. Is why games like God of War, for example, look so good nowadays. So we don't need a normal map. I can do it just with the character here. Now, just to kind of do a quick test, I'm just going to bring in the main spec map that I had before. So let's take my displacement map, and I'm just going to bring in a file. Parallax bump, it depends on the game. Now, I can't remember if parallax bump is newer or older. I think it might be newer, if I remember correctly. Personally, I haven't used parallax bump mapping. So I always forget exactly which one is used now or before. But I do know that normal mapping is like when you're doing your sculpts and then you're going into Maya, you export a normal map. So maybe parallax bumping gets added after in the game engine. That I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that. Oh, really good in you? Nice. I definitely have to look into it then. So let's see. Did I bring in the right file here? Oh no, I didn't even bring in a file. So let's browse and I'm just gonna bring in the default map here. Actually, let me save it out of Maya first. So I'm just gonna take this. Just take the default map here, save it, and I'm just going to save it as disp for displacement. And then I'll edit it later on, or as we go. But this is just kind of a quick test to see what we get. So I've attached the displacement map into here. Now, when you're using displacement map, the big things that you're gonna want, definitely the scale is gonna be important. Let's see, the other areas, let's see here, under subdivisions, let's see. I need to just double check something here. There we go. Okay. So the subdivisions should be where? Bounds padding, that's a very important one. That basically tells Maya where and how deep something is for the displacement. Let's see. This node. Oh wait, I think displacement is on the object itself. So if I select character here, yeah, there we go, subdivisions. So this is the area that's important, and the area that I was kind of missing out with the ball is we need to update the subdivisions on this character. Without that, what's going to happen is you're just not going to have the detail needed to render the displacement map. And we saw with the ball like how lumpy it was. The reason is it didn't have enough detail. And actually that looks not bad. So you can see how just adding that displacement map, suddenly this dragon looks just a little bit cooler. Let's just kind of do a quick render here. So this is without adding any texture, anything. This is now built into the dragon, this detail in there. It's actually going to catch the light. It's going to be a little bit more interesting. And you can see how it's actually changing the surface. So for example, the eye here gets just a little bit smaller because it's inflating the surface. And we even get that fine detail like right in here. Now it does look like it's inverted. So I think these should be kind of popping out and they look like they're going in. So let me just do a quick test here. Look at my displacement map here. And I'm just going to set the scale to -1 and see what we get. This might not work. Okay, I think that's the direction I want. So let's do a quick re-render of that. Yeah, it does look cool. This is what I love about using things like this is once you get it working, you can see it didn't really take all that long to add the map onto it, but we get a really cool result. So let's see. Yeah, that's the direction I want. But you can see how it's kind of imploding the rig now. That is definitely not what I want. So there's a few things I can do. Because the texture is kind of working the wrong way for me. I could play with a bunch of settings, or let's set the scale back to 1 here. That way it's going outwards. And I'm going to take my image and I'm just going to add a reverse utility. So what a reverse utility is going to do is inverse the image. So let's create a reverse and take my file here, bring the out alpha into input X, take output X, which is going to be the inverted, and put that into my displacement. So we'll see how this looks. It might not work exactly how I want, might blow things up. But ideally, if this works properly, which it looks like it did, I should have the surface back to a nice, like it's not shrinking in, but the bump should now be in the correct direction. So now those feel like bumps and not divots. Yeah, that feels better. So right there, like you can, it feels like that is a bony ridge right there instead of kind of an inset ridge. It's a very small difference, but it does make a difference. Specifically right here, you can really see it, how that feels indented, whereas this feels like bumps. So, got that. Now, like I was talking about before, we do have under here, let's see, under the Arnold settings, subdivisions. Now, in here, the big things that you'll want are the type, which is basically how it's going to calculate the subdivisions, and then your iterations right here. Iterations are basically going to increase the quality of the geometry. But you have to be very careful of this, because the more you increase it, the slower your render will become. Just increasing it by 1 will quadruple your geometry. So just by doing this render, or this, setting this to 2, my geometry is now quadrupled in the amount of detail it has. You don't see it visually, but the displacement map will reflect it. So that alone should help. And I'm just going to see how much that affects the surface. If it doesn't do much, I'll just set it back to 1. Let me save this and do a quick one right there. Let's see here. Yeah, it didn't really make a difference for my surface, so don't need that in my case. But for the sphere, this would have solved the issue that I was having. So I'm actually pretty happy with how it's looking right there. Now, a few things I do want to adjust are the balance padding and the scalar 0 value, simply because that's going to allow me to adjust how far the normal map is pushing in or pulling out of a surface. So let's see. I'm trying to think how far I want to push this, because the dragon doesn't look bad actually, but there are a few areas where it kind of feels a little inflated right here, for example, on the horns, they're starting to feel stubby instead of feeling like horns. So I kind of want to just play around with the value ever so slightly, just to see if I can kind of get back a little bit of that sharpness to it. So let's see what we get here. That might have been too much. Actually, that's not bad. So you can see right there how if I render right here, how that's shrinking that horn quite a bit. I'm still getting the displacement, but now instead of everything kind of pumping out, I'm kind of moving it halfway down. So it's not just all one way. Now that's still a little too much, so I'm going to put 0.8 maybe. And just render this. Seems smaller than it was. 0.8. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Let's see, 0.2. It helps when I go in the right direction. Yeah, that's better. So now it's not changing too much in size. Now the big area that is going to show is the eye here. Yeah, that's way better. It's not puffing up the eye to the point where it just looks like it's sealing itself closed. So I think that's actually, oddly enough, just what I need. So let's just kind of take a look at the dragon from a different angle here. Kind of from above. Just to see how the wings are looking with the displacement here. Okay, so do a quick render. Nice wing texture there. Nothing too big. That's good. The big thing I want is to make sure that the wings don't have like this really craggy look to them. Specifically right here. So I'm just gonna get an interesting view right there. Do another render. Just so we can really see the detail. And again, the nice thing with normal maps compared to, yeah, that's feeling really nice now. The nice thing with normal maps compared to bump maps is that this is actually affecting the geometry. It's actually changing the shape and the indentations of the geometry. So you get proper light bouncing off of it. Just proper geometry in general. Let's see. Kind of want to see how the leg is looking here, and maybe even the toes. So let's bring that in. Yeah, that adds a lot right there. And because we've already played with the subsurface scattering, or specular, I don't know why I said subsurface, you can see how up here it's not quite as shiny as the front of the leg. So we're getting that nice feeling of different material. Not so much in the sense of, oh, it's plastic versus rubber versus metal, but just in the sense that, yeah, this part here is a little bit rougher than his knee right there, which definitely adds a lot. Let's see. So we've got that. That was actually surprisingly fast. I thought that was going to take a lot longer to set up properly. And I don't need this reverse node. Okay. So from here, we've got a few other things we can add in. Now, the big one is subsurface and the base. Now, the one I use here really depends on what I want to render this dragon with. Do I want to render with color or with subsurface scattering? Subsurface scattering is definitely going to look nicer. So that's what I'm going to go with in this case. And actually before that, let me add coat in here. Now a coat map is basically going to be how shiny, or it's going to add a shine to certain areas. Kind of like an oily coating, I guess you could say. And for this, I could make a totally new map. So I already know that the maximum coat value I'd want is 0.2. And pretty much it should be the weight of the coat, which is going to be the most important one, is going to be very similar to my spec weight, because skin is going to have the same amount, or the skin is going to have about where the coat should be, other areas won't. The only difference is the horns, actually. So let's make a copy of this. And this is going to be my coat weight. So in the coat, I'm just going to take the horn levels here and invert them. So let's see. The higher the value, the shinier it's going to be, so I want this to be darker, like so. And let's just add a little bit of texture right here. Just something like that. Break that up. This is definitely going to be shinier. And I think we're good just like that. Okay. But like I said, the maximum value I'll want is a 0.2. So let's just add another curve here and just bring that down. And I want to see what value that is. Okay, so this is going to be 35%, so 0.35. Still too high. This is what I like, why I like working in Photoshop for this kind of stuff, is it makes it very easy to kind of, 0.25 right there, to kind of get the right values in general. 0.2. Yeah, I don't want it to be too shiny. Actually, I could probably lower just a tad more. So that should do it. Now the other areas I definitely don't want to have a coat on. So I'm just going to push the curve here a little bit more to make sure those are black. Okay. Just a little less. So let's save this. This is going to be my coat map. And you can see after you've made one map, oftentimes it's fast to make all the others. It speeds up quite a bit. You're not having to make every one of them from scratch. So let's add a file here. This file is going to be coat weight, and let's bring it in. So coat map. There we go. So that's the coat, and then the roughness. Let's see here. I think I can just do kind of general overall roughness for this. Maybe 0.2. Okay. And let's see what that adds, if anything. What I'm hoping is it kind of gives the skin a little bit more of a skin feeling. The feeling of oil and moisture on the skin versus like the horns and the other craggy bits. Yeah, something like this. Now this is a little too high. I think I just need to turn up the roughness. Yeah, that's definitely, it feels wet. But that's not bad. I'm actually gonna have to lower the value. So let's go into Photoshop here and just take this curve and lower it. Something like that. So save it again. TIFF, coat, and this time I'm gonna save it as VOO2 because I want to be able to compare the difference. Okay, go back to Maya. You can see it's a lot of back and forth. With things like this, it's there's no like just, oh, hit one button and you're done. It's a lot of back and forth, but it's not too bad. So I just updated the texture there. Let's see, quick render test here. And did I save this file? No, I did not. And did I make sure that this is updated? Let's actually open it up here. Okay. Didn't seem to change much here. Let's see. A render of the face should give us some indication if it changed. No. Interesting. Let's see. So, coat weight is being controlled by that. Now the coat itself, let me just unlink it here. If a coat weight of 1 gives me, let's see what it gives me. Okay, so that's a coat weight of 1, which is pretty much what I'm getting. I think I know what's going on. Let me undo this. What got connected? Yeah, the alpha got connected. That's why. I need to make sure it's my out R that gets connected into coat, not alpha, because it doesn't have an alpha channel. So let's go back to my yeah, let's go back to the original version I had. So this should make a difference here. Yeah, there you go. Always double check what's connected. It makes a big difference. There we go. Now we're getting that slight shine on the knee right there. I could probably bump it up actually. Meh, maybe not. I don't want it to be too shiny. It shouldn't feel wet. So let's see. Let the render finish, and yeah, that's definitely nicer than the super wet dragon. And if I compare before and after, let's just get rid of this one. There is a tiny difference, but not much. Not enough that I'm happy with. Let's see. Make sure I'm actually connecting the right map in there. And yeah, it should be in there. I'm gonna make one more version here, but kind of up it a little bit. So let's save. And version 3. This is why it's nice to have multiple versions, because you can compare things if things aren't working quite right. Let me just save this one. I kind of want to push it a little bit higher. Okay, back to Maya and coat underscore V003. Oops, that's not an underscore. Underscore. There we go. Okay. So into weight, and let's see if that does anything. Did it? It's hard to say. Okay, it did something, I think, but very minimal. Yeah, you can see it's slightly brighter. Let's kind of look at the face here, specifically under the jaw, to see if there's any changes. Oh yeah, you can see it right in there, and that's pretty much what I want. Just a thin layer. I don't want him to feel wet. It's just to add oil to the skin, basically. Okay. Now, this one here, thin-walled. This I'm gonna wait until later to do. But let's do the subsurface. So I want subsurface to be the driving force in this, not the base color. And for now, let's just use our base color that we've been using before, just so we can compare. And for this, I need to set the radius. Now the radius is basically the color of the underlying structure. So in this case, it's going to be the blood vessels, the muscle, all of that, which is going to be a red color. So I'm going to keep this with a kind of reddish hue. It's also, the way you can look at it is how much of each wavelength, red, green, and blue, are being bounced out of the skin. We want 100% of the red because that's typically how skin works. Now this is a dragon, so it could be fantasy, it could be blue or something. And then it'll be, I think, 35% green and maybe just 30% green, 0.3. And then 0.2%. Or is it? No, wait, that's 2, not 0.2. That's why. There we go. So that should give us some subsurface. And with that, let's do a quick render right here to see what difference it does to the skin. Now our render times are definitely going to go up now. And we are seeing some change in the skin. You'll see like it's all pixelated right now. That's actually a good sign because it's showing us the green and blue coming through the skin there. So that's good. Now the thing with this is you'll notice that suddenly all our detail is disappearing. And the reason for this is it's still technically there, but subsurface scattering is letting the light through the skin, which is really cool, and making it so we can't see the detail. This is how skin should work. But the problem is, that's not what we want in this case. We don't want it to take away from our skin detail. So what I need to do is I need to make a map which basically tells Maya where I want skin detail and where I want kind of a harder look. So I'm gonna actually up my diffuse weight here. Let's save this image and I'm just gonna do a quick render here, see what results I get. Okay, good. So basically what's happening is it's still taking into account the subsurface scattering. So what I can do now is take a map here and let's see. So I want a map that is going to have all of the skin areas at a value of 1, which means subsurface scattering is turned on all the way. And then any areas that should have subsurface scattering, like the bumps and stuff like that, the kind of more rocky bits, should have less subsurface scattering and should be more into the base geometry. So let's make a layer here. Just call this sub or SSS map, or I'll just call it SSS. And this is the weight. GHT, learn to spell me. And this map here should be pretty good because I've got bright spots for the skin. It kind of fades off a little bit there, bright around the eyes, which is good. Definitely need to add a bright spot for the lips right here, and this is going to be super bright. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Basically like that. I do need to remove this black here. Okay, let me just clear out this black. Actually, easier way, just set this to multiply, or sorry, screen. There we go, that did it. So we've got that. The horns, those will have subsurface scattering on it, because anything like bone has quite a bit of subsurface scattering, so this is good. And I think, again, the claws, I do like how they're kind of patchy. I'll probably leave those for now. But I think this should be good. If anything, what I might do is just add a curves here and just kind of push the curve a little bit, just to kind of push that extreme gradient in there. Make the blacks a little blacker, the whites a little whiter. And maybe just a little less. Okay, so let's save that out. So this is going to be, save it as a TIFF, and save this as SSS weight map _ map. Make sure I keep the same naming convention. Okay, so with that, let's bring in a file here. File. And this is going to be the SSS weight. And just like before, right now I've got it saved into the alpha, or the alpha going into the subsurface. Get rid of that, take the out R, put it into subsurface. Okay. So with that, let's see how our render looks. So what I'm hoping for is now we're going to have bits that look harder and other bits that have a little bit more of a skin feeling. Yeah, just like that. So you can see the difference. We're not quite as hard as this where it looks just like rock, but now it's starting to feel a little bit more like skin. Let's just do full render here. And that's the big thing I want, is the dragon should still look craggy and like have deep pits in it and whatnot, but it is skin. It's not made out of rock, it's scales, which, yes, technically scales aren't skin, but they are organic. It's not actual rock. Now I think I could push this a little bit more, push that contrast maybe just a bit more, just to get it a little craggier looking, but overall it's not looking too bad. So let's kind of compare. So this is just the SS completely, and this is just normal base. And you'll notice that especially like here in the leg, that's feeling more skin-like. I'm kind of sad that we're losing so much of the detail though. What could I do there to keep some of the detail? Maybe I can just lower the scale of the subsurface. Basically, that's how deep does the subsurface scattering go into the character. And I think that actually brought out quite a bit. Let's compare this leg here. Yeah, I think that did bring out some. Yeah, it did. So I think that'll work. Let's just do one more render with that. And then, let's see, what else do we have? With that, we're pretty close to being done. Just there's a lot more detail I could put into this. But for now, this is actually decent. Let's see here. Yeah, that's feeling better. If the scale is too high on subsurface scattering, what happens is the skin starts to look kind of translucent. It loses the thickness. Okay. Yeah, I definitely like that. I think I could take the map though and just kind of push this a little bit more. Just push that extreme contrast and maybe just lower it so it's not a pure white value. Just because I do love the texture I'm getting with the displacement map. SS map underscore V002. Okay. So come back in here. V002. And let's just do a quick render right there, see what the difference is. I don't think it's a huge difference, but for now I think I'll just keep that. Let's see. Yeah, it didn't really make much of a difference at all. I'll keep that for now. Okay. So with this, the other thing I can do for subsurface scattering is to paint a proper radius map. A radius map would be what is the color of the dragon under the skin. So for this, I'm just going to grab the value, so 132, and go into Photoshop here. So let's make a make a folder, SSS radius. And what this is going to be is just a new layer right there, where I can take, let's see, how do I want to do this? First, let's fill it with the color of the skin that I had. So I think the easiest way to do this is going to go back in Maya, find the HSV value, 7.5.81. 7.5. Oh, no, wait. This is 360. The joys of multiple modes. Let's see. There we go. 2557751. 2557751. Was it 51? My brain doesn't want to remember. 2557751. Okay. Looks like a different color. That's fine. And I'll just build this layer. There we go. So fill that layer right in there. And basically, I can now just paint things like veins or anything that I want to have like a darker hue. So for example, let's make a new layer, and I just adjusted the transparency on this just to kind of have a clear view of where things are for the character. But let's take maybe a little bit more blue. Kind of bring the blue up in there. Maybe a little less red. Gonna make it kind of dark vein color. Let's see. I think I'm getting a call. Nope. Just lots of messages. So let's go with this color. I can always replace it later. Maybe just a tad more red. And what I'm gonna do is just get a nice inking brush. Now most of my inking brushes are in other programs, so we'll see what I can find here. Okay, that kind of works. And just in areas where the skin would be thin, like the membrane here, I'm just going to add some veins. And I wonder what properties I could add in this. I don't want scattering. Texture is good. I think that'll be good enough for now. And I don't have to go in a lot of detail. The big thing I want to make sure is that I'm getting a random pattern. making sure I keep in mind how veins kind of work in here. Okay. Make a nice thick one right there. Try to avoid things being too even. Okay, something like that. Maybe add some right to the eye here. A little too thick. And it's not so much that you're gonna see these markings. That's not really the case. It's more that it's gonna give the underlying structure veins, basically. So if the light catches it just right, you're gonna have this extra detail on the rig. And then maybe the snout. Where's the nostril here? I think it's right there. Okay. And then for the horns, horns don't have blood. So I definitely don't want the horns to have a red underlay here. Now, actually, are those veins going to show up? Probably not. This is why it's nice to have control over the whole layer. So I'm going to add a lot more blue in here. Kind of make it purplish. Or more purplish blue. A little bit like that. Hide transparency, and there we go. Now I've got these purplish blue veins in there. Now for the horns, I basically just want to take a yellow color, kind of bone color. So it's going to be something maybe like that. And let's create a new layer here and paint that in. Now this I don't have to worry about being super careful. Let's just take a big brush and make that a little bigger. And just color that in. Now I will add a little bit of scatter in here. Just to kind of get that edge nice. And actually maybe I'll lower the hardness as well, just so it's got a bit of a blend to it. And maybe a little less hardness. So just like that. I really don't have to worry about being super careful. And then for the toenails, they're black, so let's see if I can add subsurface scattering that's kind of maybe a kind of yellowish black color. Something like that. So we've got that. Hey, Jimmy Welsh, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So with this should be our new what radius map. That's it. Gotta think of the names there. So this is going to be our SS radius map. Now, like I said, we're probably not going to see this. This is one of those maps that when you first create it, it's not going to show much. But when the light hits your rig in just the right way, it's going to sell it. It's going to make it feel alive and like there's something under the skin compared to just the basic shade. Now, I'm really wondering why this, like you can see that's pink. Oh wait, that's why color management is turned on. That's why. Phew. Okay, so this is gonna work. So here I can just go right to that file there. Okay, so this is going to be SSS radius, and I want to browse for my radius map. Okay, so ideally this part shouldn't change here. Perfect. So that's good. But let's see if I can spot anything in the wings here. More likely than not, I won't be able to. And make sure I get to the right window there. So, I don't need this one open anymore. Let's just do a full render. The other thing is I don't have many SS samples open or turned up right now, so I probably won't be able to see it until I actually up the samples. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. You can see how like the samples are just too low. It's just this blur. But let's take a look at the horn. Hopefully the horns we should at least see something. So let's do a quick render. Hey Daniel, how's it going? I was at a friend's house and I got struck by, oh no. I hope their house is okay. That's terrible that I got struck by lightning. Jeez. For the stream, Daniel, just in case you're not sure where we're going over, I'm going over how to add maps and things to renders. So instead of just having kind of a base level render, kind of like what I showed yesterday, where let's kind of just add a material here and just use the base color I was using before. That's not the right one. This color. So select objects, assign. So instead of having just a base flat render, no damage, just up the power. Okay, that's good. My house it didn't get struck by lightning, but a lightning bolt hit pretty close, and it caused serious harm to all my computers, which sucked. So I'm glad there's no damage. Like bump maps, yeah, except instead of bump maps, we're using normal maps and displacement maps. So with displacement maps, you get kind of the same as bump maps, but way better. So this is the rig with just a basic material added, and then this is with all the maps turned on. So with displacement maps, what you get is actual geometry changes. So this is actually craggy skin, not just kind of the fake, oh, light's bouncing in a weird way that makes it look like craggy skin. No, this is actually craggy skin. If the camera was to zoom in like super close on the eye, it would be actual bumps and detail in the eye here. Same thing with the horn here, like it's actual cracks and bumps and things like that. So the big area I'm trying to look for is the subsurface scattering on the horns. What did it do to your computer? The lightning just fried a bunch of the electronics inside. I can't remember if it fried the hard drive. This was years ago. But yeah, I just did some serious harm to the computer. What am I? So I'm not really seeing the color that I was wanting, but again, subsurface scattering tends to occur when there's really bright light. So I can try increasing the depth here just to see, or sorry, the scale, just to see if it kind of shows a little bit more. Oops. It would help if I actually applied the right material onto my rig. Let's see. Select objects. Sign. Okay. And I should save my file, actually. I just realized I haven't saved since the start of the stream. So let's see here. Now the crack should look a little less now that the scale is up. But hopefully we're going to see a little bit more color happening here. Again, the other reason might be I just don't have enough SS samples in my render. Yeah, not a huge difference, if any. That's fine. Yeah, so for now I'll keep it like that. That's fine. It didn't make it worse, so that's the big thing. So we've got this. Now, what other maps do we need in here? So we've got our subsurface weight. The color is going to be the skin color. We've got coat. Now we've got thin, or sorry, not thin film. The thin walled here. Now, thin walled is going to be a tricky one. Basically what thin wall does is it makes surfaces look like, oh, did I see my question? Oh, I must have missed it. I have a question though. AM student to AM student, if you had to sign up for class 4 this term, who would you go with? Oh, that's a tough question. Oh, I'm not up to date with which mentors are teaching in class 4 right now. Honestly, you can't go wrong with any mentor. Like I know that's kind of the, oh, every mentor is great, ha ha ha, this is the kind of default. Just this actually looks pretty cool. I have to say. It's kind of a meh answer, but really you can't go wrong. That being said, my mentor in class 4 was, who did I have in class 4? I had Dana in class 3. Who did I have in class 4? Class 4 was my first acting shot. I had Demos, I believe, for my first, yeah, for class 4. Trying to think which shot I was animating on at the time. Yeah, I had Demos in class 4. He was amazing. I absolutely loved his class. Um, he was just so much fun. Cameron at the time he was working on which shot? I think Cameron had Pete Paquette. No, he had Pete Paquette in class 2. I think he had Dana in class 4. And I've had Dana a few times when I was in class. She is so good. And the thing is, looking at the class list here, you can't go wrong with any of them. Because the big thing with every mentor is every mentor brings something different. So what and this is going to be, again, one of those cop-out answers, is go through and watch every one of their critiques. Not by everyone, I don't mean like every single critique, but watch the critiques of all the mentors that are on the list and see which one kind of works with your style. And the reason I mention this is every mentor is different. Also look at their backgrounds, and if there's a style of animation that you really want to go with, if there's a style of animation that you like, let's say 2D or something like that, look at what they've worked on. For example, James Chang, he is an amazing 2D animator. He has a lot of 2D skills that he can bring to the table. So if that's something you're interested in, he might be a cool choice. Dana is fantastic for analyzing movement and the reason why things move. So if you're interested in kind of the psychology of things, that can be helpful. Ray Ross, I've never had Ray Ross, but I've heard amazing things about him. Another factor is, who do you know that is going in those classes? So for example, if you have some friends who are going, like a bunch of them are going to Ray Ross's class, that might be cool to kind of stick together and take the class together, because you know you're going to have a group of people who work well together. So I wish I could give you a better answer than that. It feels like such a cop-out answer. But I can't really just give you like, or I can't just say, oh, just go with them. That's who's going to be the best. There is no one answer. What would be a good deciding or way to decide this? It was easier when I was a student because we actually didn't get to choose which mentors we had. It was just assigned at the start of the term, which was neat in its own way. Tough, but neat. Let's see. Need to get with my bros and see where everyone's going next turn. Yeah, that's a really nice way of kind of deciding. If everyone's going together, then you have that kind of base to work off of. Yeah, if I had to give like a solid answer, and don't take this as the what you have to choose. If I had to pick a class, I would probably pick Dana, just because I was in her class so many times. Like, Cameron and I are all like good friends, and whenever I'm in her class, it's just so much fun. She's such a cool person. So I would probably pick her simply because I would really enjoy being in that class again. But at the same time, it would be cool to have a different mentor like Ray Ross, because I've never had him as a mentor, so I get that extra insight, which would be really cool. Oh, so so many choices. Yeah, I wish I could give you a better answer, or at least a more definitive kind of approach to it. Um, but that's really the big part of it. Let's see. I'm looking for something here in the shaders, which is I want to add a thin film here, but I want to double check that there is a way to control that. Sorry, not thin film. I want thin walled. The problem with thin walled is that it's going to make things too transparent, which we're seeing with the face here. How it's kind of just messing with things here. Let's see. Let's see. I want it to have some areas that are thin, some areas that are not, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that super easily here. Now, one thing I do want to check is how do the wings look with thin wall? Wing and tail. Okay. Let's do a quick render here. And the reason I want thin wall is basically it's going to give me the feeling of thinness in the surface. So the wing will kind of have a translucent look to it. And it looks like it's in the right areas here. But it's just way too strong. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be what I need here. Unfortunately. As cool as it does kind of give this, it's not what I want. Now, one thing I do want is so let's take off thin walled. I want to add some emission in here. Now, what emission is the feeling that light is being emitted from an object. So I want that, and for the weight of it, I don't want the whole dragon to emit light. But if I look at his color map here, which I'm going to copy out and then paste in here in a new layer, emission, weight, and let's just paste that in there. If you look at the dragon, there's these red lines in here. And I want those to kind of feel like there's kind of a glow to the dragon. Not so much that he's actually glowing, but that there's an internal fire to the dragon. And if I can get that, I think it would be kind of neat to have. Now to get this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to play around with some maps here to just kind of get all of this detail out and mask the rest. So let's start with not levels, curve here. And I'm going to look for the channel. I think it's going to be the red channel, where these pop out the most. Yeah, definitely the red channel. And then take this and just bump my curve up so that those really stand out. You can see they're almost pure white now. And then adjust the black to be much darker. So something like this. I don't want to go too far, but something like that. So they're all showing up. Okay. So that's good. Step 1. Now, I can take this, right click on it, or control click on it, and let's just make a new layer here. Turn these off. Turn this off. And fill it. Now, is this the right one I need? Yeah, so here are all the lines for the dragon. Now, what value do I need? I need emission, the weight, to be 1. So these need to be inversed, I think. Let me double check that. No, actually, what I have is correct. So it's just that the background is white, so we're not seeing it. That's further white background. And this needs to be filled with white. Okay. So, yeah, those are the lines I need. At this point, I really just need to mask out the stuff I don't need. I really just need these lines here. So, let's do that. I can just take this layer, mask, and let's just kind of do some big global masking first. I know I won't need it on the wings. So I can just take all of this and fill that in. Let's see that foot there. What color is that? No, that's good. So I don't think I'll need the foot. It's really kind of just under the neck and those areas there that I really want. So take the foot here. Like so. And this is when a good UV layout is very nice. So like that. Here I'll definitely want some. And then for the head, let's start just kind of erasing things in here. And I'm going to use a simpler brush. So let's kind of go through here and get rid of any areas I don't want to have bright. Not the horn. Not the horn. Actually, maybe some of the cracks right there. Okay. Let's look at the color map again. Yeah, kind of want the lines in there. The eye, not so much. So let's kind of, this is going to take some fine tuning here. I wonder if I'd be able to take this. Trying to think of a nice way to quickly mask all of this out so I'm not having to really fine tune all of this. Like for example here, I definitely don't want the stomach. Let's just take our softness all the way down, feather this, and actually I'm gonna add back in that scattering just to kind of give it some size differences. Something like that. That way it's not just this kind of perfectly smooth transition. So this is going to be kind of a test here, the first pass. Okay, so something like that. Let's get rid of this. Something like that. Okay. Don't need this. And for the tail, kind of clean that up as well. So this is going to be an interesting little test. We'll see how it goes. And I don't know if I need anything on the tail actually. Maybe just a little bit right there. Let's see. Oh wait, that's why. Make sure you don't have a selection happening somewhere. Always a good thing to double check. Okay, and then let's just get rid of all this. Okay. Getting there. Don't need anything up here. This is just bits and bobs so on the horns and stuff, so. Okay. So, this is definitely a big area we do not want a lot of stuff in. And actually, it's only going to be up here. So, somewhere around there. And just kind of leave it so that there's the white lines, pretty much. That's what I'm looking for. If there's black lines, that's not what I want. Something like that. Now for the face, same thing. Black lines here, don't need. Black lines. Don't need these. So kind of right there. Don't need any of this. Don't need any of this here. Let's see. Bring that down a little bit. That's going to be a tricky spot right there. Let's just kind of fade it out a little bit. And kind of get rid of some of the areas up here. Basically, I don't want just the little nubs of bone and stuff to have a glow to them. It should just be the kind of cracks in the skin. Kind of give the feeling that there's somehow that as the skin is cracking, it's revealing kind of the fire underneath, if that makes sense. So we'll see how this works. I'm not sure if it'll even work or not. But it should be interesting at least. And that's kind of half the fun of doing this kind of stuff. Is just, where is it going to go? And how is it going to look? Okay. So with all of that, and let's double check this. Okay. So with all of this, let's create another curve layer. And basically I'm going to use this to push the blacks and whites even more. Basically I want to be very little kind of in-betweens here. Especially on the black. I don't want it to... I want the cracks to glow, but nothing else. So something like that should work. Let's give it a try. We'll see what we get. So, TIFF, dragon, and this was the emission map. Weight map. Okay. So, let's go to emission, weight, tie in a file, and this is the SSS weight. That's not how you spell weight. That's how you spell weight. This one. So this is our emission weight. It's always a good idea to name your files, because you can see as soon as I start having a bunch of different files in here, it's definitely nice to know which one's which. Emission weight. Okay. So, is this right? Value of... Okay. So, the dragon might look weird here. We'll see if it actually... it could just be the map not rendering properly in the viewport, but we'll see. And actually, can I go back to my previous view here? Camera angle I had before, which was... which view was it? I think it's that one. Okay. Let's do a quick render. See what we get. And it might look terrible. The emissions might be way off. Yep, they are. Oh, that's why. I did the same thing. I told myself I wouldn't forget this time, but I did. And that is, when I tied it in, it automatically puts the alpha to the weight. So you can see out alpha into emission weight. That's not what I want. I want one of the colors. It really doesn't matter which color, since they're all RGB and black and white. So that's code roughness. That's not what I want either. I want emission. There we go. Let's try that. That would explain why he looked so odd. There we go. So we're getting these kind of like light under the skin kind of feel. Now, So we're getting this kind of cracked look to him, which I actually kind of like. It really accentuates those cracks. Now, instead of just a pure color, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a search for an image here. Something really roiling. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for a lava image. That should work, or maybe that. So let me open these. And just save it to my folder here, and then I can bring it in. So renders. So take that image. Let's add a new file here to emission color. So color, instead of just pure white, we're going to go with a file again. Let's call this emission color. Too many S's. There we go. And browse for that file, which is, I should rename it first. That. So, is that connected correctly? I just put that in coat color, not emission color. Emission color, that's what I want. File. There we go. I don't know what it is with me and putting everything in coat for some reason. So let's search for that again. Lava. And is that correct? Okay, emission color. Okay. So let's go back to our render view here. Save this and re-render. See what we get. Might not look great, but we'll see. There we go. So kind of getting a nice fire effect in there. It's a little bright, but I'm going to keep it for now. So there we go. Let's see. What I might do is just turn down the weight of the emission just a little bit. It's a little too pure right now, pure white. So let's take this, and instead of being pure white, kind of bring it down to maybe 75% approximately. The big reason for that is I want the color of the dragon underneath to still shine through a little bit. If it's too pure, dragon emission. If it's too pure, what I'm going to end up with is just colors that don't mix with the rest of the dragon when I actually add the texture. So let's reload the emission weight. Browse emission weight. And let's kind of see what difference that makes, if any. Yeah, that's a little better, I think. Not quite so pure. There we go. So now, let's kind of take a look at our dragon, you can see how that emission is really kind of shining through right in there. Now I could probably take it off of the leg and kind of just keep it more in the chest, neck, and head, or even just kind of underneath the jaw here. But we'll see how it looks for now. I can always turn it down and remove things later. And you can see when you start, again, when you're starting to work with maps like this, you can really get some interesting results that you wouldn't be able to get normally. So we're getting that. Okay. I think the lava could also be a little darker, but we'll see about changing that later. So with that, we now have our dragon. And let's just save this and kind of compare. So I'm just going to apply, and not just a default standard material. Let's take that, put the specular down a little bit, bring the roughness up maybe to the skin level, which was 0.6 and 5. Again, writing things down, very helpful. 0.5. Okay, and then just select, assign. So that should just be the base. Okay, I saved that, and let's render. And we'll just compare what the dragon looked like before we added anything to what he looks like now. So this is our base dragon with just a standard material. That's it. This is what he looks like after. So you can see a lot more detail in the face. We're starting to get that glow in here. Again, it's a little yellow right now, but we'll work on that. The wings have a little translucency right in there, away from the bones. And we're just starting to get like shines in certain places instead of all over. For example, here the whole chest region is shiny. Here, not so much. But it's shiny around the nostril, around the eyes, there specifically, on the mouth part. So we're starting to get really interesting results. And this is all without the actual color of the dragon. Now we can actually apply the color. So let's come in here and let's just save out that last map. So this is going to be our base map. So just that. And actually, while I'm no, I don't have the other image in here. Let's make our, just while I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna make an emission color map here, which is just gonna be that image that I got. Oops, not there. Drag it in here. Oh, it's kind of tiny. And I'm just gonna pop it in there, and it's gonna get a nice region right in there, and then add a curves just to kind of darken that a little bit more like that. Just kind of get rid of that super brightness. Yeah, for now. But let's worry about our base first. So take the base, save it out. Dragon base map. And there we go. So for this, let's take the color, add a file, which is going to be base, which, let's see here, dragon base map. And then I can take that same file and just take it and put it into my subsurface color as well. So with that, once I apply it to my dragon here, so select, assign, and let's see how the dragon looks. There we go. So yeah, that orange is definitely not gonna work well with the colors that I had, but let's see how he looks kind of all put together now that we've gone through every material. Yeah, that's way too much right there. If anything, I should just lower the intensity and just have it in the chest, like I said before. But there we go. A dragon that looks a little bit more interesting, especially the face here. I really like how having those accents there. Actually, maybe if I just had something that's a little bit more red, that would add a lot instead of yellow. Yellow is just not fitting with the dragon here. But now we've got that versus at the beginning this, which doesn't look bad. Yeah, that yellow is definitely not helping us here. But this looks a little bit more interesting because there's that texture. The yellow definitely. Actually, what I could do just to get rid of that yellow, because I really don't like it, is come in here and I'm just gonna cut ties with this, and the emission color I'll just put as a nice red. Just let's kind of go a nice dark red, not bright red. And gonna look right in there. Yeah, that's better. Simple, but nice. So now it's gonna allow those areas to pop a little bit, without being too much. Like that. It really sells that texture. I could even tone it down just a bit more. So maybe just make it a little darker. And it could be any color, really. That's the cool part. I could make it white, or... But the fact that I have the control for that is nice. So let's render that. And there we go. Now, he does seem a little too shiny, but all I would have to do is go into my specular map, tone that down, and I'd be good to go. Yeah, his toes are definitely a little too shiny right there, and his leg right there. But that would be no problem to tweak, and then I've got the dragon. With that extra level of detail in the face, which you can really see like right in there. And actually, just to compare, so we have a one-to-one comparison. Let me do one last render, and then I'm gonna have to call it here. And let's assign Where's the material here? Is it this one? Dragon teeth. Claw, dragon body. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is the right one. For some reason, there's no color attached. Okay. There we go. So, select objects. Sign. So that should be the original starting material. And we'll just kind of compare what we had. I hope I saved that image. So I think this is, did I make sure to go back? Yeah, so you can see the difference. It's not much, definitely way too shiny. This is why you always want to be able to compare. But again, we can easily turn that down. But when we look at the face, you can see the slight difference. Specifically, like right here, we can see that detail. There's different levels of shininess. The horns are shiny versus certain areas on the skin. For example, here, it's not really shiny. And it just kind of adds that extra little detail, like in the neck here. Just that cragginess to the neck. The fact that the shine here on the shoulder isn't smooth. So that's pretty much all I had for this. I know it went super long, but I hope it was kind of helpful. Let's see. So I'm gonna have to get going here. The last thing I did want to add was the translucence to the wings, but I'm gonna have to do that another time. And you can just kind of finish this off. You can imagine, like, once I add the eye in as well and the teeth, so they don't look like metal teeth, how much that could add to a shot, especially when you're rendering. And it's just about making different mats, or maps, I should say. So you can see how this is the default. It's just one material with one color going in, and this is the one that I ended up with at the end here. So just lots of maps, and most of them black and white, and I reused in many different ways, so it went pretty quick, truth be told. So take care, everyone. Thank you so much for dropping by and hanging out. Definitely I'll see you in the Fridailies tomorrow, Daniel, and best of luck to everyone. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. Bye.